Good morning, guys. Rich, good morning. How are you doing today? Right then, so it's a bit chilly in my office though, so I'm hoodieing up. But today I'm working on some more of the Cursed Empire miniatures. So you can see the guy on the screen at the moment. He was the one I did on the last Cursed Empire stream. Rogue Trader, good morning. How are you doing? Got a box of models on its way to you shortly. We'll get to the post office after the stream today, hopefully, and it'll be winging its way in. Right, so the guy on the screen at the moment, if you look down into the camera in the corner, I've got the test print of him. As it happens, all the spikes came out beautifully. Even all the little ones on his face. You can't really tell on the picture so much. On the camera, sorry. Yufakami, thank you for joining. How are you doing today? Chris, good morning. Right, guys, so Chris in the chat there, Chris Lawazu 300. Chris is the man behind this this commission. So if you've got any questions about the model, or you want to hear anything about the kind of the range or the game or anything else, you can direct your questions to Chris. He'll answer them. I will also have an attempt at answering them if I'm informed enough. Which I'd like to think I am, but obviously just in case, you know, you've got a man there who can assist. Okay, so we're going to be doing a different Darkun character today. So the Darkuns is the name of the faction that this guy belongs to. They're all very kind of like dark and sinister. So there's a big backstory to these. So when you're role playing them in the Cursed Empire roleplay game, you're not really playing a single character here. You're playing as the cult that they represent. So these guys' actions and their kind of their deeds, even their deaths, contribute towards the growth and the renown of the cult that they belong to. So you know, if you can go and, like, you know, attack your opponents and kind of wipe them out and cause mass mayhem and whatever else, then these guys will all collectively benefit from that, even if they don't make it through the campaign themselves. So there's a little bit of a kind of a unique twist for them, and it might take a bit of a mindset adjustment to kind of get into that style of role playing. But yeah, they're one of the very unique, quirky bits of the Cursed Empire universe. So I'm quite glad to be finally getting to get these guys brought together and put on the tabletop for you all. Right, so I'm going to have a look. I'm just going to reload some artwork on the screen. I've got a couple of these models ready to go. I was going to have a quick decision which one we go for. Let me just find Chris folder. Right, so artwork. Okay, so I think we're going to go with I'm going to go with this guy because I like the design. It reminds me of the Psycho from Borderlands. Let me just load him in and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so you can see there. I'm just going to pop this up the top this time because it's a funny shaped image. Okay, there he is. Let me just grab the reference up on my screen, on my second screen, so it's visible to me. So I'm probably going to do a fairly similar pose, to be honest. So I don't think either of these two actually. There's not. I might even end up getting through one and starting on the next one on stream today because they're quite straightforward as models go. To be fair, well, that could just be me overestimating my speed and abilities. Let's see. Right, it was there. Darkuns and that one. Okay. So yeah, just as a blown up version, so we can all see it properly. This is the guy we're going to be working on the stream today. So you can see he's got a couple of like test tube type things around his belt. Some good old spikes on his boots. It's got the kind of almost gas mask like kind of face mask. And again, talking to Chris on the last stream, the more spikes these guys have, the higher ranking they are. So the guy from the last stream who was literally covered in spikes, he was a very high ranking Darkun. This guy would be slightly lower ranking, I would assume, but he's still got a good amount of spikes. So I think we're going to end up doing like a kilt, loincloth type thing going on. We'll do this scale pattern. Might be a bit much to try and include on the model. It might have to be a painted detail. But I know I was talking to Chris before. We were talking about like the tribal scarring that you see on the kind of like African tribes sometimes, and they have the big like keloid bumps from, you know, the cuts and the nicks and things. I might try and do that, but we're going to see. Now, this is one of these design decisions we've got to make early on, in terms of how the model's going to look, because as lovely as the artwork is, a lot of what we're looking at here is tattoos, and you don't want to try and transfer too much of that into the model, because by the time we've sculpted a bit of anatomy in there, once you start putting all these like lumps and bumps and everything, it can change the aesthetic of the character. My concern would be we start putting all of this detail on, it suddenly starts looking like he's wearing like chainmail sleeves or something along those kind of lines. So I think we'll definitely lock a version of him down like, you know, completely like bare chested with a bare torso and bare upper legs. Chris, I've just got a quick question for you while you're there in the chat. Does this guy need to be having any weapons, or do you want him like throwing a potion bottle, or I'm guessing some kind of like alchemist type character, or using some kind of chemical? The chemicals have got to be part of his arsenal, haven't they? So is he throwing a like a potion bottle or something along those lines? Poison vials. Okay, cool. So he'll be lobbing a poison bottle. So would it give him like like he's throwing a hand grenade kind of pose? Okay, and is he? Okay, so it's poisonous gas. So it is a gas mask he's wearing him pretty much. Okay, so do you want him like throwing a vial, so it's like an overarm kind of lob kind of pose? That's my pen. And some throwing knives. Okay, mate, no worries. I'll put the throwing knives on the other side of his belt, so we'll give him a couple of vials of potions on one side here. If it's alright with you as well, I might put a little bag on his back, like on the back of his belt, so he's got like an actual little bag to put things in. And then maybe give him a little, like a hanging belt, like a... Ah, right, so he doesn't need a full gas mask. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm just going to drag this up onto the top screen, so I've got the reference there for my own use. Okay. So yeah, so this guy really reminds me of like the Borderlands psychos in like the look and feel of him. So that's what I'm going to be channeling into this guy. Right, so we're going to start with a base mesh. So let me just copy this and duplicate, clone it all. Okay, Chris, what's this guy's name? Just going to rename the guy. So I'm going to call him a Darkun Poisoner for the moment, just so we've got something to refer back to, so I can spot him out. I'm going to lock out the base and the ruler, which I don't need. So they need to be in the scene. It's important for scaling that they're there, but I don't actually need them visible while I'm working. So with this guy now, let's get his details on. So I think we'll get the face first. I'm going to isolate the face, hide the head. I don't know if you can see this, but the hands have just disappeared, or parts of the hands have just disappeared as well. So that means I've got some polygroup sharing going on. Vandross Cobra Faction Darkun. Nice. Thanks for that, Chris. Okay, so I've got this guy's head isolated. I'm just going to go back to the body. I'm going to put my polygroups on so you can see the group colours. Okay, so everything that's a different colour now is individually isolatable. So I can take the fingers and I can pose like joints one at a time, so it's nice and easy and manoeuvrable. Right, so for the face now, we're going to do the mask here. So I'm just going to duplicate the face, and I'm going to just hide his eyes because I don't need the eyes on this mask. In fact, I don't need anything other than the face. I'll just delete all the non-face parts. This guy's got big pointy ears. Is he an elf, Chris? I'll assume he is, because yes, good lad. Okay, so normally I'd reprofile the face and change it all up and everything to make sure that he looks elf-like. So I'm just gonna make sure I've got my symmetry on. I'm just gonna bring his face in. Let me just hide that one. I'm gonna bring his cheeks in. I'm gonna bring his face forward a bit. The nose will taper in. The brow line will be lower. A dark elf look. Okay, well when we come to do the normal ones, I will do because we're gonna have some unmasked kind of monk-like ones, aren't we? Soon. But for the purposes of this guy, I think we'll just go straight in with the like making the mask. So let's get the side portions roughed in. The mouthpiece. So the mouth is like a shouty mouth. Let's assume that's his actual mouth in there, or would that be like a Japanese only mask where the mouth is part of the mask, or is it like an open mouth that is like you see in his own mouth and his own teeth? So I think most of the others seem to be like hole closed. Visible. Okay, sound, bro. Okay, so is his actual mouth. So let's just get the shape in here. So this is just me using the clay build-up tool. I'm just roughing it in. So there will be a face underneath that we're going to use for the actual anatomy part. So I'm only dealing with the mask at the moment. What's he shouting, Chris? Something like "Eat this, you imperial scum." So he's got a cheekbone on the mask, and then it comes up. Okay, then we've got the brow on the mask. So the mask is going to be. Are we talking metal or leather here? Do you think, Chris? I would suggest leather, but yeah, leather. Okay, so let's get the thing. I'm gonna So I'm gonna bring this over the top of the head. I'm gonna bring it down to the back, and I think I'm gonna give it like a collar or something like that underneath. So we'll bring it in. Do a strap down the middle of the back of the head, and then we'll tie it into like a collar around his neck, so it looks like it's coming under his ears. laced up at the back, yeah, sure. Could do that. I'm getting Vecna vibes from this guy at the moment, you know, the, having just watched Stranger Things recently. Well, it's not the mask, it's the way I'm roughing it all in. Just remove his ear, because obviously that will be part of the head below, not part of the mask. Yeah, so these streams where Chris is involved are quite good actually, because you're seeing firsthand the kind of a client relationship happening with the kind of a to and froing in decisions. So some of the stuff obviously I'm happy to kind of, you know, to work out myself. If you've got a client handy and you can ask them the questions, it's always better to clarify from their point of view rather than trying to spend a lot of time making something how you think it's going to be. So Chris has created this entire world, and I know he's got very kind of like clear ideas of how all these things are going to look and how they're going to work. So having someone with the vision there is absolutely ideal. And it is nice to be able to just tap onto him and ask him questions at will. I also know he's got to go and make a sandwich in a minute, so I'm going to lose him briefly. So I was going to do a little bit of polishing work and a little bit of clean up on the mask that we've done so far, just to give him the grace to go off and get his dinner. Okay, so the side bit of the mask's done. So this bit of the head is skin. So I'm just going to remove it entirely from the head, from the mask. I don't need to cut it out because it's not a. It's not like oh, the sandwich is done, mate. God, you didn't mess around, did you? So these bits here, I'm just going to gouge them out enough that they don't show through on the actual mask of the character. Okay, I think actually, do you know what? I've got somewhere. Let me bring this in because it'll just save me a little bit of time. I've got a lovely elf head I sculpted recently. Let's bring that in and use it as his head base. There we go. So this was the head I used for my Zachnafane model, or I sculpted for it rather. There we go. So now I can reprofile this mask a little bit to this head. And obviously we just need to adjust the mask so that his mouth, or adjust, let's do the head first. Let's just do the head so we've got his mouth open so it makes it easier to sculpt to sculpt the mask. So I'm just going to use the mask lasso tool here. I'm going to mask across his jawline up to his ear, so basically where the jawbone is, down to the mouth, and then get the bottom lips in. Now this is not designed, he hasn't got any kind of internal geometry in his mouth, so when I open his mouth, it's not going to open nicely. It's going to end up with a what's the word? Basically like a big solid infill. So I'm going to have to come back and do some corrections just to make it happen. So we know that the jaw moves from a pivot here. So that's where I'm going to be locking in my my point of rotation. So about here, yeah. Just a little bit forward. So that'll be the rotation point here. Right now, what do we call it? Dynamic tessellation smoothing going on up here just to lose the face back in. I'm going to delete the neck because we've got a nice neck on the base mesh which has got like the muscle bits on it. So I'm just going to group that bit. Let's delete that and close the holes. Let's just save this as well just to make sure we've got progress locked in. Okay, auto group. Let's just deal with this weird bit of geometry that's created at the bottom here. And again, I've said this a couple of times now, but you can see we've got this like this kind of tessellation happening here. That's where we've got like little triangles and diamonds coming up all over the place. That's because of the Sculptress mode brush being activated and having a fairly large brush size. It's fine when you're smoothing things out, but you're going to have to go back in and polish it out because the it's not going to leave like a nice sharp edge on anything. Okay, clay build up now. So again, dynamic tessellation still on. So I'm just going to carve into the mouth. So we carve a mouth opening. Pay attention to the sides of the mouth, so I want to reshape it a little bit so it's more closed in. And we're going to redo this bottom line. So Chris has just written into the things for the benefit of anybody who's not on Twitch. So the Cobras, which is what this guy, the faction that this guy belongs to. The Cobras are a sub-faction that comprise of around 600 Darkuns. All members bear the sign of the Cobra tattooed onto the bodies. So you can see it on this guy on his shoulders. He's got the Cobra heads and he's got the scales going on. And then on his leg, on his thigh, he's got like the Cobra fangs. Their favourite weapons are throwing knives and mini crossbows. Very nice. They use a great deal of poison and prefer to operate alone. These Darkuns despise the Spider sub-faction, which are the Earth faction. Their leader, Telphalan, has managed to have this sub-faction included into the ranks of the Evil Fire faction, after having successfully carried out a series of deadly missions, notably the elimination of Darkun, Great Priest of the Earth Temple of Kondar, as well as a series of other rival faction members. So we've got some Game of Thrones level skullduggery going on here, I think, to make this all happen. And that is the kind of thing you'll expect from this game as well, to be fair. So if you're into that kind of if you want your role play games to be a little bit more, what do you call it, kind of Game of Thronesy than D&D is typically, you'll get all of that political intrigue and subterfuge and sabotage and all that kind of business going on. Plenty to keep you interested. Okay, so I'm going to just shaping out his mouth. Let's give his eyes some expression in his cheeks. So, oops, what happened then? So, masked off his eyes. There you go, you can raise his nose. Give him proper angry look, like he really means it when he's throwing that that poison in your face. Okay, let's just get a little row of teeth in. I know this guy's got very, very spiky looking teeth. So I'm not going to do the spikes because, again, the way that's going to work in the mouth is just, it's not. So I'm just going to have to put a row of teeth in and kind of give the impression that they're spiky without actually making them spiky. Chris, just a random question for you. Does this guy actually have lips? He hasn't like peeled the skin away from his mouth, has he, or something like that? 'Cause it's just the way his teeth look. It kind of has that visual. And I know they're a bit odd. These Darkun characters. They're not very. They don't have a very traditional view of like beauty and stuff. So. Do you want me to remove his lips for you then and have it looking a bit more grim? Well, yeah, they could have been dissolved by acid, couldn't they? Not acid, poison. So a lot of venoms and stuff, they do tissue damage, don't they? Like you get the tissue necrosis and stuff going on. Let's give them a little bit of that. That'll be quite cool, actually. And again, you ain't going to see this really because it's only the bit behind his mask. So yeah, they're gonna expose themselves to the poisons and stuff all the time to kind of become immune to it in the longer term. But obviously in the short term, it's gonna have some nasty effects on them, isn't it? So let's come on, autosave. That's just a little bit freaky, isn't it? Yes, not wrong, mate. That's gonna haunt my dreams. That one is, I think. Right. So yeah, the other thing as well, thing I haven't mentioned yet. I did mention it on a Facebook post earlier. On Thursday last week, I think it was, I did my birthday stream. Did a couple of giveaways. So, Mr. Road Trader, who was here in the morning at the beginning of the stream, he actually won the Mercenary Faction box set I did as part of a giveaway. At the end of my stream, I tried to do a second giveaway, which was for the Cult of Tiamat. So let me just pull these guys up on screen for you so you can see them. I am going to do the giveaway again today. I'm going to try to, but because I think the giveaway bot killed my stream, I'm going to do the giveaway at the end of the stream, so it doesn't completely nerf all the sculpting. So if you're watching now and you want to kind of see what the prize is, it's the resin set of these models. So it's not the what do we call it? It's not the STL files I'm giving away. It is an actual 3D printed set of these models. Where are you? There they are. There we go. So these are my personal ones that I painted myself. But the prints that I'm going to be giving away are from the same print run as these. So yeah, they are same quality as what you're looking at there on screen. They're boxed up, ready to go. So at the end of the stream, I'm going to ask you all to put in !win, and then anybody that's running live will get the opportunity to win a set of these, and I'll whiz them in the post out for you. Okay, just minimise that and hide it. Right, back to doing the gruesome mask dude. Right, so let's just reposition this guy's mask and make sure it fits the proportions of his head. Okay. Chris, this thing is horrifying, mate. What are you doing? How do you sleep at night with this kind of stuff going around in your head, mate? You're just immune to it after all these years. Just like these guys and their venoms, you're just immune to it. So Chris, are they using venom or are they using poison? So obviously your venoms are the kind of, you know, can be injected and whatever else. Poison tends to be like ingested, isn't it? So are these guys going around like physically putting poison in their enemy's food, or are they injecting it into them, or like stabbing them with blades that have got the poison coated on them? Or they have both. Cool. So you can do a lot of the political kind of what do you call it? Political assassinations and that kind of thing in the game. So Rich, it's this is a standalone game, so it's called Cursed Empire. I actually had it at Chilcon. Do you remember the big banner and the game that was on the end of the cards? So it's that game, but we're talking about the kind of the RPG setting for it now. So Chris has been writing it for over 30 years now. And yeah, as he says in the chat there, he's just about to bring it out to 3rd edition. So you've got the RPG, you've got the card game, you've got the tabletop skirmish game, the tabletop roleplay game. Sorry, you've got the War Galleys game, and they all kind of interact. So the way Chris has designed it is, if you're a DM running a campaign, you can basically pick and choose which game system is going to best suit the level of the encounter you're at. So I think the example Chris was saying, like you do a bit of a role play, and then you use the War Galleys, for example. You use the War Galleys deck to go and take your galley out and do a bit of naval warfare. Then you'll have like shipboarding, so you'll go and like board an enemy ship, and you can pull out a ship map and the models and do that as a small encounter in a tabletop roleplay or tabletop skirmish type format. And then when you've done that, you can hop back in the boats, resume the naval warfare, and then carry on role playing and do character duels and things like that using the Heroes of Fargos deck. So there's a lot of opportunity to kind of like pick and choose what's going to help the game flow the best. Because obviously you're not trying to do a naval boarding encounter in a role play format might be a little bit more difficult than picking the skirmish format, where you're going to just go and kill a few characters and pick your targets. So what he's done, it's a little stroke of genius, I think, but it's going to help you to really get the most out of your players and get the maximum engagement. So let's just polish out the all the rough brush marks now, all the strokes. Let's clean this mask up a fair bit. Yeah, it's pretty good, mate. It's pretty good. I don't just pick any old projects to be involved in, you know. I actually started working with Chris on the on Cursed Empire way back when it was I think it was 2nd edition he just rolled out, but he actually rolled it out as, it was called Crimson Empire back then, and I did the model range for him, and it was all hand sculpted, like epoxy putty type things. Yeah, 16 years ago, man. Can't believe it was that long. But yeah, they were all hand sculpted miniatures for the 2nd edition miniatures range, or 2nd edition RPG range, and it was a bit of a. You got the knuckle wrapping from Lucas, didn't you, Chris, for the Cursed Empire name, Crimson Empire name, sorry. So all the books I've got here actually for it, they're actually Crimson Empire books, not Cursed Empire books. But yeah, he got picked on by Mr. Lucas and had to change it because it's apparently Star Wars IP. Chris, do you want to throw the link to the website in the chat? See if you got any, or the group maybe. Yeah, and if you like your tabletop RPGs, obviously Chris is working on the next one, which is like the next Kickstarter project, I think, which will be the tabletop RPG which features like loads of like RPG battle mats and about 100 of them, wasn't it? You said, Chris, 100 battle mats. You got a narrative campaign scenario for you to follow through. We're gonna have loads of models in there as well, which I've got to get cracking on with after these Darkuns are done. But it's sounding like it's going to be pretty epic, to be fair. And yeah, 100 A4 playmats, which is absolutely killer, mate. And the quality of them's fantastic as well. They look beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Give it a check. I say the card games are great. We were demoing them off at UK Games Expo, and Chris is taking it to Essen as well. And reception to the card games has been fantastic. And yeah, trying to get more people to kind of like we were saying before that the unique thing for why you would pick Cursed Empire over D&D. There's a lot of similarities in terms of like they've got the character tropes like your rangers and your fighters and the mages and those kind of things. So you've still got that kind of like, you know, that little bit of something familiar. But then this takes it into like, you know, if Warhammer 40,000 is described as grim dark, this is basically the fantasy version of that. It's really kind of like, you know, there's nothing nice and fluffy in there. It's not like a happy clappy RPG game. It's really kind of like, you know, very murderous and vicious. But if you like that kind of game, if you like the kind of real, you know, down to the wire kind of combat and things like that, then it's a really kind of good system to kind of get into. It's a good alternative to D&D, and the real meat on the bones for this comes from these like the different factions. Yeah, brutal fantasy, absolutely. And we were saying like the Darkun faction and the way they work with their mechanic. Like you've got the Imperial players who are they're all kind of like, you know, they're all glory hunters who they want to boost their personal renown. The Imperial Knights kind of thing. They want to kind of like make themselves legends, living legends kind of thing. So they're all about themselves, and they're all full on self-preservation. And then you've got these Darkuns who are, you know, they are for the cult. They're 100% for the cult. And what happens to them individually is completely inconsequential. So when you're role playing it, you've got the Imperial players who are kind of like guarding and protecting their characters, and the Darkun players who are just running around doing all sorts of mental stuff that's going to kind of ultimately result in everybody dying, like terrifying the Imperial players and kind of like, you know, really putting them on the back foot. And it's an unusual dynamic that you're not going to find in like D&D. And there is no similarities, and one of the things I think we've got to kind of approach with Cursed Empire, we need to get people to understand and know about this, the more quirky parts of the game and the world, because there's a lot to love there, but it's a lot to take on as well. I mean, Chris, is it something like 12 source books you've got now or something like that? So there's a lot of source material to kind of digest and get your head into, and obviously it's a big challenge for anybody to kind of like start taking that on. So we need to kind of like piecemeal it out to 10. There you go, 10 source books. We've got to piecemeal it out to make sure that people can, you know, kind of find out about the bits that they like, all the interesting stuff. Oh yeah, graphic novel's a good starting point, because that was back in the early days, wasn't it, the graphic novel, Chris, if I remember right? I'd say about 15, 16 years ago. Oops. Don't know why that clay brush always comes with colour. I don't need the colour. Okay, so let's just smooth out the internal walls on this then. Yeah, like I say, lots and lots and lots of good stuff going on, and it's just about getting people to kind of like to know about that, and basically just give it a chance over the usual go-tos like Pathfinder and D&D. Because I do think with all the games on the market, this is a real good viable alternative for people who want something a little bit more sinister. No worries, Chris. Always happy to talk shop. ZBrush, yes, you can use some of it with a with the mouse. You could use some of it with the mouse. There are certain functions in there that you definitely can use. But I use a styler for mine because the way I do it is very sculptory. So I use a mouse if I'm doing things like, you know, the things where you want that little bit of precision in terms of like dragging out a shape. Mostly I don't even touch my mouse. So mostly it's stylus and sculpting all the way. Yeah. I use I've got a Huion Canvas 20, I think it is, and I've also got a Wacom Cintiq Companion, and I use ZBrush on both of them and they work fine, but I prefer the Huion to the Wacom. For me, it's more about the size of the screen. The Wacom one I've got is like a 13-inch screen, but it's the one that's an actual laptop tablet kind of thing, so it's completely portable in its own, like on its own. I don't need to plug it into a laptop or anything else. The Huion tablet here is a much larger screen, which means I get more of the UI on there, and I can work on it a little bit more efficiently. Yeah, if you're doing any kind of like sculpting work, you've probably got the same one I've got, to be fair. They don't do the 20 anymore, do they? It's 20, it's 19 and 22, is it, I think, now? But yeah, they're good tablets, they are. I'd definitely advocate them over any others, especially for the price. For the price, you just can't knock them. They're like, what, half the price or less of the Wacom tablets, and the functionality is just as good. Yeah, that's it, 19 and 22. So, but yeah. Very, very good bits of kit, and anybody doing any kind of like artwork and stuff. I know you got like the Intuos is fairly accessible, but it's not a tablet screen. Okay, so let's just gouge a little bit more of this out. So yeah, the way I work and the way I sculpt, it's basically the same now as it always used to be when I was doing like the stuff for Chris back in the early days. Oh, you got a bargain on that one then, and it'll last as well, as the good thing, isn't it? But yeah, like I say, with my sculpting here, what I do is, like when I first started sculpting for Chris, I say about 16 years ago, I was doing everything in like green stuff. So I was using the two-part epoxy putties, the sculpting tools, the wax tools, and all that kind of stuff. And I was sculpting miniatures in that medium. And basically, the way I sculpt now, apart from the fact I've adapted some of adapted to the tools and stuff that are in the digital thing, I basically use the same technique now as I would have done in putty. So the way I sculpt things is the way I approach it is basically the same. So it's add the clay, create your basic shapes, you know, build up your basic form, refine the shapes, and then you know, polish it out. And it's pretty much everything can come down to those simple steps. So mostly it's using clay build up for shaping, orb cracks for getting a nice sharp crisp edge on things, or creating ridges and hair and stuff like that. And then coming in with the combination of trim dynamic and H polish. So trim dynamic and H polish, interestingly, they are hard surface tools. So they're tools that are designed for doing let's say hard surface work like armour, weapons and things like that. But I literally use them for everything, because again, the nature of sculpting miniatures versus models, I've got to think all the time on this about how this is going to react as a miniature. So the end purpose of a miniature is to A, be played with, and B, be painted. So if you produce a model that you can't paint and you can't play with, you've basically failed in your end goal. So obviously the best way of doing it is to do test prints and stuff. So the model I did last time round, I had a few concerns about the spikes on his face, because they were quite small. So obviously I've done a test print of that model, and it's come out perfectly, so I don't need to go back and adapt it. But at some point, had I discovered that the spikes didn't work or whatever, I would have had to revisit this model to correct that. And here, for example, I know when this model gets like painted. So let's say you do the current trend, the slap chop paint job. I hate the word, I hate the phrase, but let's talk about it for a second. So, interestingly, Chris, this is basically, you know, the technique we used for your miniatures that are going on display, where we painted the model, sprayed them black, we dry brushed them, or give them a zenithal highlight with an airbrush. Then we gave them an all-over non-oil glaze, non-oil wash to kind of seep into all the nooks and crannies and the recesses. And then we dry brushed everything with an off-white. So basically what they're now doing, they're calling this slap chop. They do the exact same thing, get it to that level where you've got this high contrast grayscale kind of thing, and then they use like the coloured inks or the contrast paints that we used on the war galleys. They use the contrast paints like diluted down, and they paint it on as like a tint, and they're calling it slap chop. And it's not, there's nothing new about it, but apart from the name, and the name's bloody awful. Every time I hear it, it makes me cringe and wince. Yeah, it is. There's pre-shading. It's been around for donkey's years. And then I don't even know who's responsible for the stupid name now. But it's a thing. Do you know what I mean? It's something that people are doing, and they've kind of realised. Was it a meme? Was it? So it wasn't even done. It wasn't even done in seriousness. And now, so this is why people aren't allowed to name things. You know, like when we had the was it the RNLI asked everyone to name a new boat. They had to name a new rescue boat, and the public got the vote, and it got called Boating at Boatface. It's like, that's why you don't give the public the responsibility to do stuff like that. So yeah, so this is what happens when people get to name stuff. They pick the stupidest name you can possibly get, and yeah, it's just nonsense. But yeah, back to the point anyway. So, using a slap chop method on this model, so you're going to kind of paint the face white, black, sorry. You're going to dry brush it all white. It's going to pick up the raised areas on top of the head. It's going to pick up the raised part of the mask. The recesses in the eyes might pick up, you know, bottom of the cheek, bottom of the eyelids to the top of the cheek will pick up a bit. Ears will pick up some on the top. This bit here underneath the cheek, sorry, that will stay in shadow. This little ridge down here, basically where the shadows are on the model now, are where the shadows are gonna be. So, like you can see now, the render I've just put on there is going to show you where the highlights are going to be. In fact, let me just turn the fill off and just do it again. So that's what it will look like once it's shaded. So you do your dry brush and it's going to come up kind of like that, and then you just put the colour tints over the top. But these little dark ridges, these dark parts, they need to be like really dark on the model, and I need them to be like virtually black like they are now, so I know that they're going to show up like the dry brushing and the ink washing. So you've got to kind of think where the inks are going to run to, where the brush is going to pick it up, you know, where you can put your edge highlights and things like that. All of those kind of like factors about painting the models, they all play a part in kind of the actual sculpt to make sure that it's viable. And again, there'll be certain things on the model that you kind of, you know, on the artwork you want to include, and then, you know, it may just not be viable to do it, because it's not going to translate well into the miniature. In this case, I don't think the only thing we've got is the tattoos. I think the tattoos may have to be just parts on this one, but it's not the end of the world one way or another. Using the Old Crafts brush there, we can gouge it in a bit, create a little cavity recess kind of thing, and that is somewhere that the inks can gather. And then we just need enough separation. So, I mean, this mask, the reality of it is that would be about 2 inches thick on his cheek. It's not realistic. It's not you know, you couldn't use this as like a cosplay prop. But we're not doing life-size scale. We're not doing that realistic proportions. I had a chat to Chris recently about kind of doing the helmet from the Imperial guys and actually turning that helmet into something that would be wearable. And it's gonna take a different kind of like a different approach to making it, to be able to make something that you can stick on your own head. So it's going to be a different challenge, but I'm up for it. Let's give it a go. Okay, so Crazy Mask is done. Let's get some spikes in here. So I'm going to go into my brush menu, find my personal brush collection, go into my details. I'm going to pick up my spike brush that I've picked up. So again, this is from Cube Brush. Can't remember the creator of it, unfortunately. I'm just going to do a bit of moving first. I just need a bit more real estate space here just to be able to do this. Right, so we've got symmetry on. I just need to get this line here. I just need to move this all backwards a bit to widen this mask part so that I can get some spikes on there. So I'm just going to nudge it till it comes into line. Undo the mask. I'm just going to use my smoothing H polish tool now. I'm just going to buff the hell out of it until it comes up nice and smooth, and then just clean up the inside edge. Right, now we can go back to the spikes. We'll just clean up this bottom edge here actually, because I want this to look like a clearly defined and distinct trim line. Thank you, Chris. and we get the spike brush back. No, that's the wrong one. Spike brush. We'll pick this spike. We're going to draw a couple of spikes here. Right, now I need to just adjust this brush first. So I'm going to come to the brush menu, sorry. I'm going to set the depth down a little bit. So this is going to be basically say this is, if it's up the top here, it's sitting flush on the surface. Bring it back down a bit, it's going to kind of go below the surface. I just want to make sure I've got a little bit of kind of embedding in, so it's not, I don't want resin to get underneath the spikes because they're just going to fall off his face. And I don't want that. So we're just going to do a little bit there. Oh, that's a new feature I haven't spotted before. Gravity strength. So I bet if I put that on there, I bet I can have these spikes kind of not just protrude from his face, but kind of like droop downwards as well. Not that that's any use to me right now, but it's worth knowing it's there. Okay, so I'm just going to pop that in there. The transpose tool, the widget here, is automatically going to go to the base of the spike. So if I just use the rotating handles here, I can just change the orientation of it. Let's make sure they're pointing outwards. Okay, we're going to put another set on his chin. That's fine there. A couple of little ones here on his cheeks. I say little. I'm going to reduce the intensity down on these ones. I don't want it to be quite so large. I want it to stay smaller and fatter. You can see just become visible just right at the bottom there. So I'm just going to go to my move tool. I'm just going to nudge that in. Okay. And then we're going to do a couple on the eyebrows. Now, the small ones are going to be way too small, so I'm going to have to use a little bit of artistic license here to make this happen. So we'll get one big one here. I'm just going to reduce the intensity down again. So these spikes won't be so big. Oh, there we go. Couple across the top of the strap. And again, these ones are very, very superficial now. I'm keeping them shorter rather than letting them get too long and unruly. Right, I'm just going to do just a few down the back here. Actually, no. Do you know what? I'm not going to put any on the back, so I'm going to keep that for the strap, for the zip up. Right, so there we've got all the spikes in place. Come to the back now. Let's do the laces. So I'm just going to cut straight down the middle first with the okay, and how to best do this. Do insert primitives. Let's use capsules. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop that in there. Just going to stretch it up and shrink it down. I'm just going to turn it 90 degrees so it's where it needs to be. Right, so it's not perfect, but I'll get them all in place and then we'll sort out the shaping and stuff afterwards. In fact, you know what? Let's deal with that a little bit now. There we go, better. So I'm just going to duplicate and just move it back a touch. And then we go again. And again, I'll just make, I want to try and keep them all the same orientation. And go to the last one here. Make sure that's in enough. Okay, now I'm just going to mask off this bit. we're just going to go with a high intensity, a small draw size, and I'm just going to just go around the outside just to give the impression of a hole that the laces are threading into. And again, this is indicative. You're not going to see it all as like massive detail, but what will happen is the washes, when you put a wash on the model here, the washes will seep in. If you don't like using washes, you can dry brush it. You can paint it with layering, glazing. But either way, the darker colour that you put into the recess around the end of the lace will remain and stay. Okay, so then I can put like a knot at the bottom, and then we'll have a little bow, a pretty little bow on the back of his head. Okay, so actually the body in this case doesn't really need any work, so I'm just going to do a little bit of refining. We'll add some scratches and stuff like that, but I'll do that after posing. So the arms are fine, they can stay where they are. The hands I'm not going to do until we come to pose anything. So we'll come straight down to the belt. Save this now. There you go. Well, I just realised actually you should have a couple. The ones on the back of his head should be a bit larger, shouldn't they? I should auto group this. It's going to go up with the Z intensity, so it's got more of a protrusion on the spikes. Just nudge that and just reprofile it a bit to give it a little bit of there we go. Oh, God, excuse me. Right, guys, I'm gonna mask off the belt. I'm gonna do an extraction there, and I'm gonna just clean up and polish it. Whilst I'm doing that, I'm gonna make myself a coffee. So I'm just gonna pop you on mute for a second, so the the sound of the coffee brewing up doesn't deafen you all. So bear with me a second, and I'll put it back on shortly. Okay, and we're back. Coffee all brewed and ready to roll. Okay, so we're back on the torso here. So I'll try and find that right thickness to get out. So probably 458 we'll go with. That gives us a reasonable bit of thickness to work with. And again, with anything like this, I'm going to delete all the internal geometry and solidify the whole object, so there'll be a solid intersection all the way through. And that means we don't have any kind of little gaps between the inner skin of the belt and the torso, where you're going to get like the little resin pockets and things. And delete hidden and close holes. There we go. Okay, now I don't want any anatomy on here. This is a belt, so let's just smooth out the shapes. So I'm using dynamic tessellation, just roughing out the belt shapes here. Now this is one of these ones where you don't really have I haven't really kind of thought this through too much, the shape. I'm just going to work it through and refine it. So there's like a little happy accident here that I'm quite liking, so I'm just going to run with. It's just like a little spike at the back of the belt. Don't think it'd be anything that would hinder movement or anything like that, so I'm going to go with it. Bring this down, smooth it in. The centre plate, I'm going to keep that fairly low, I think, actually, so bring that down. There's not a lot to go on here on the belt. The belt details are quite smooth. So the artwork for this guy, he was actually done as part of a montage of characters. So you got the big spiky guy who was at the back. Because he was at the back, he was torso up, he had no legs. This guy is at the front. You can see he's missing one leg because of where he was positioned. It wasn't needed in the illustration. And because they're drawn in pose, it's difficult then, because for me I've got to do a lot of interpretation and trying to figure out the what I'm looking at, because essentially the ideal for me would be to have an illustration of the character in a kind of a perfect T pose with everything kind of drawn up, have the front view, have the back view, and then have a pose view, so I know what the details of the model are on the front and the back side, and then what he's going to look like in pose, and then I can interpret. If the pose isn't 100% in terms of how things look, I can still work the orthographics into the image. The difficulty when you're working with a character who's been drawn in pose is when the artists are doing a drawing, they're not going to spend a lot of time drawing and detailing something that you're not really going to see. It's not a feature of the model or feature of that character. So with this guy, the main features are the spiky boot, the mask, and the tattoos, and that's where all the effort's gone into. The vials on the belt are there to kind of demonstrate that this guy is like, you know, he's using the vials, he's using the poisons and stuff. But they're not the primary thing that we're looking at. So they're not the main feature. So I'm going to put the belt in now. I'm just going to polish the shape of the belt. I'm going to put a couple of like straps and belts and things like that on it to just make it a bit more belty. And obviously the main element here is going to be the poison holders and stuff. So we'll have a few vials in there. We'll have a straighten out. Because it's going to have poison on it, the sides need to be quite straight. Now I'm kind of thinking it's not in the drawing, but I think these bits would be better as like little leather pads on the side. So I think I might just reshape them if it's alright with you, Chris. So if these bits become like a leather pad, what I can do then is I can take this bit out. Let's take that bit out. So this bit at the back can become like a strap. This bit I'll pop into there like that, and then this at the front we're going to come down with. And then in the front here, Chris, do these guys have like a symbol or anything? Is there a... Do you want to fling one on Messenger for me or something like that if you've got one? You can have like a little... I haven't got a lot of room for a crest, but I've got a little bit of something here we could maybe make use of. Just a cobra. Can do that. Do you know what, actually? I think I might have a perfect asset for that. So it was something I made recently for another project. Snowyak, how you doing, mate? Thanks for joining the stream. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so let's just... Facebook Messenger has gone a bit weird lately. Okay, so let's just show you guys this. This is what Chris has sent me. So this obviously here is the cobra symbol we're looking at. Hey mate, no worries. Your mercenaries are beautifully painted, and it's absolutely lovely to see people spending a little bit of time and love on my sculpts. So thank you for that. Okay, so this little cobra model here. I'm just going to park this up the top. I'm going to try and recreate it. So wish me luck. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to refine the shapes here, because this is the main bit of the belt I'm working on. Let's get this belt looking sharp, and then I will come in and let's get this done. Okay. Sharpen the top of the belt. Is it Ryan's artwork, the Darkun, Chris? Did Ryan do that? Was it Martin or? I'll tell you, Ryan's done some beautiful pieces lately, and Martin's been knocking it out of the park, left, right, and centre. Yeah, this one's Ryan's. This one is. Yeah, Ryan's done some lovely monsters recently that I'm really looking forward to sculpting, and Martin's been absolutely killing it on the character art and the equipment pieces he's been working on. Ah, so you have different artists like collaborating together, did you? Okay, right, so now that that is done, I think, just shape the top here better. Right, I'm going to duplicate this. Right, going to turn my symmetry off because I need to get some resolution in here. So I'm going to dynamesh with about 1000-ish. No, it needs more. So I'm still getting this. If you can see here, you can see this this pixelation I'm getting around the edge of the mask. I want to try and avoid that. So I'm just going to have to add a little bit of extra resolution in. So I'm just going to use my divide. Oh, no. I'm just going to divide the mesh. So let me just show you the mesh first. That's what the mesh looks like at the moment. It's very irregular in terms of the angles of the mesh. So it's not a square grid by any means. I'm just going to divide that once. Let's divide it twice. Right, so it's 2.6 million polys here now, which is quite a lot. I'm just going to delete the lower resolution, so now you can see my mesh. Okay. So the square grid now is absolutely minuscule on it. That's fine. Right, so I'm going to take the brush size quite small on this now. So let's go for, there's the nose of the cobra. Back of it. So with the masking like this, when you're shaping something out, you can kind of refine it in both ways. You can add to the mask, you can subtract to it as well. So you just refine it until it's exactly as you want. Boost the mask size up. Let's just get the tail in. So what I need to do, because I need to make all of these models in advance. And you can print them all out on little wooden plaques, what, gold them up or something like that, and put them on our little shields and stuff for your shows. But then I'll have them ready to go as well, so we can just put them onto the models wherever they're needed. fairly happy with this. So this is a silhouette. You've gone full Cobra Commander on me there, Chris. Okay, right, I'm just going to take this now. I'm going to invert the mask and I'm going to inflate it. That's going to give it a bit of depth, and I'm going to group mask there, and I'm going to, is it going to work? It's not going to work. As soon as I fill it, it's going to go weird. How's the best to do this? Right, I'm going to take this bit, I'm going to center the I'm going to center it. I'm going to shrink, and then I'm going to dynamesh it with a ton of resolution, so it doesn't lose any of the edges. I'm going to slice curves. I'm going to cut the back off. Why did that happen? Auto group first, and then I'm going to cut the back off. Re-dynamesh, but with grouping on. And there we go. Right now, just I want to show you this now. The reason I've just dynameshed with groups on to achieve this fill, right, is you can see it's infilled this bit here, which isn't ideal, but it's going to be buried. It's not going to be the end of the world. If I didn't do that, so the alternative way you can do it is to, so you see it's got the hole there now. So this is before it's dynameshed. So I've got two separate groups. What I can do, I can keep this bit here. It's got an open back. I can delete hidden and then close holes. And you can see here it's created like a fill. So we've got this like web through it that wasn't there before. This bit was, but this bit was all clean and free. So if I just undo again, come back to this level, and I'll do my dynamesh with groups on, you can see it's preserved a lot more of the detail in here now, a lot more of the shape. So yes, it's filled this little bit in, but again it's buried, it's going to be embedded inside the model, so that's not the end of the world. So I'm just going to delete hidden now. Okay, and then the first thing to do is with my dynamic tessellation off, I just need to clean up the edges of this shape. I don't want all this horrible ridginess. I have to use smaller brushes to get inside the shapes without deforming the outline too much. But again, I can reshape it, I can reform it and tweak and adjust. It's not the end of the world if it does get a little bit, you know, a little bit misshapen. I can use smoothing as well, as long as I've got dynamic tessellation off. Because again, dynamic tessellation at this point is going to add a load of extra weird tessellation to the geometry, which is going to need lots of smoothing out and reshaping and sorting out anyway, so let's just leave it off to start with. Let's not make a rod for my own back today. Polish and smooth, get all these inner bits done. The other way as well, if you wanted to do this and retain this bit as a hollow, as a whole, the only way you can do that is by using a subtraction boolean. So what we'd need to do is take the shape we've got here. We'll add a square. Creepy Prince, welcome to the stream. How you doing? So yes, we add this in. We take the bottom here. In fact, I'll do it quickly. So we'll take this now. I'm going to append a cube. The cube's way bigger than I need it, so I'm just going to shrink that right down. Let's get it to about here, which hopefully should be about right. So yeah, so you can see with transparency on, you can see I've got a little bit of an intersection here with the cube, so I can just bring that down. Let's move the cube away a touch. I just need that the little bit at the bottom to just cover over. So I'm just going to take the this mesh. I'm going to dynamesh it. Doesn't matter what resolution, as long as the top surface is flat. And I'm going to move it in the. You can't see this because it's behind the artwork for the character. But I'm moving it so it's just below the snake. So I've got the snake model there, and then right below it in the hierarchy I've got the cube I've just done. So I'm going to click the little arrow. In fact, let me just hide the artwork for the moment. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing here. So up here we've got the this is the snake, and this is the cube. So the snake is above the cube in the hierarchy. So I'm going to click on the little arrow here, which turns this into start. Let's say start. That's the start of the Boolean process. So I'm going to come onto this one below, and I'm going to click on the second icon across, which is the subtraction Boolean. So you've got the I can't remember what the first one's called. This is like the join. We've got the subtraction, and we've got like difference. So I'm going to put the subtraction Boolean on. I'm going to come back up to the thing here. I'm going to merge down. So take that, merge down. Okay, and what you'll find is you've got, hide this now. So the mesh that we're going to keep is coloured. The mesh that is going to be deleted and removed from the mesh is white or grey or whatever colour you're looking at. So when I do this now, when I remove groups, but when I re-dynamesh, so I'm just going to drag a mask there and dynamesh it, you'll see that the white shape is gone. The back is now completely flat and is its own polygroup. But where this previously was infilled, it's now not. So you can actually, all those weird little artifacts you end up getting when you try and like trim the base off or trim the bottom off something, if you're ever getting that, use that trick. Dynamesh remove the not dynamesh remove Boolean operation to remove the base of the mesh using another shape, and it'll do that. Okay. Now that was just a technical demo. There's no reason for me to have done what I did then, other than to explain it. But okay, so let me take the transparency away now. Right, so I've got this this shape. So we're going to now turn this into the cobra icon that is on the thing. So I'm just going to do a little bit of sculpting to make it a little bit more 3D in places. Obviously some of this is, well, this is very small on the model, so I don't want to over stylise it. I'm just going to try and get some of the subtle shapes and stuff into there. Just raise up the cobra hood at the back, so that becomes a feature. and raise the edge here so that it'll just create a different plane, so you can see that the other part of the hood goes behind. I just want to taper this in and feather it in. Okay, here we go. Into the tail. Right, there's nothing really in the tail for me to get too involved in. The tail's quite simple. I'm just trying to work out what some of this shape is, Chris. I think there's something here that's not Cobra, isn't there? It's just like a bit of stylization on the logo. So let's just run that one down. So that starts about here. So about there. Oops, can't go right. Cheers, Chris. Right, so the shape of this Cobra hood, I've got it a little bit wrong. I'm going to use the inflate brush to give it a bit more shape down here. I want it a bit wider at the bottom than at the top. Right, so we've got one little... Oh, come on, autosave. Okay, so we've got the one bit of detail, we've got the other bit of detail, we've got the body, which is just separating off from the just do some smoothing here to make sure this is right. And we use the fairly high intensity, very small draw size with the orb cracks brush. I was going to put some detail in here. I'm not going to do all the detail on the top of the head as much as I'm tempted to do it now, because it's counterproductive. Doesn't achieve anything and it's not going to contribute to the end model. that didn't work. Approached that from the wrong angle. That was a complete failure. Okay, so as was that. Let's go increase my lazy mouse a little bit because I've got to do a big, nice flowing curve here. Let's take it from the back of the eye. Oh, there we go. Right, that is probably more detailed than it ever needed to be. I was going to pull it out a little bit more so it's got a little bit more definition in the actual end piece. There we go. Right, so now we're going to come back to the body. Save this so I don't lose my my snake I've just made. Happy with that then, Chris? Going to be a little subtle detail. Oh, I'll save everything, mate, don't you worry. I may need to redo it on a larger size though, because this one's quite small and I've under detailed it. No, I'll tell a lie. I've over detailed it by a mile actually, to be fair, but I think it will work out alright. But for larger size shields and stuff, what I'll do is I'll take the artwork with all the detail in the face. We'll redo that, but I need to do it on like a flat surface really, because we can take a flat one and we can wrap it around a curved surface. It's more difficult to take something that is currently curved and put it onto a flat surface without having to like remodel it and redesign it all. So I think when we come to do all the Darkun symbols, let's do them all flat. It's like the big chest piece on the spiky guy. I did that flat and then we shaped it around. I think. So yeah, so we'll do the same with Snake and all the other Darkun symbols. We'll sculpt them flat and then save them out so they're ready to reuse. Okay, so this guy's what happened here? This guy's belt then. So we've got the snake symbol. We've got the leather pads on the side. Or I'm going to say leather pads. We need to add some potion vials on now. I happen to have another little set that I purchased from Cube Brush, which was KR Bags IMM. You can see a purity seal on there, so if you're doing any 40k type sculpting and you want to sculpt anything like that, you've got the asset for that. A lot of the stuff in here is completely useless to me, because it's basically like hollow bags and stuff and things that are over detailed, they're not actually viable to include. However, I've got something here that I can use, which will do very nicely. So we've got a few potion bottles ready to rock. Duplicate that, pop it around the side. Okay, so nice and quick and easy. We've added a few potion bottles. You see there's just lots of nice cool stuff in there, like scrolls and pouches and straps and things. But again, unless you're doing like a piece that is designed for actual artwork, to be a 3D artwork piece, rather than an actual model, they're not very useful. So let's suck that off now, and I've got there's another tool in here which is one of my own ones, which I created and saved a long time ago now. Here, knives. Okay, so let's stick a couple of knives on this guy's belt now. Fire away, Chris. I'm all ears, mate. Right hand releasing file. Do you mean releasing it as in like taking it off his belt, or do you mean like releasing and throwing? Okay, so throw in a knife, and then he's got a so we'll do it so it's got a screwdriver here as an example, but we'll put it in the hand like that, handle like that, and we'll have the blade that way or something like that. So he's something like that. Right, what I am going to do on these knives, I'm going to auto group this. I'm just going to take the handle here, because protruding from the body like that is quite ropey. I'm just going to mask off the handles, just the handles. I'm going to inflate both of them so they're more chunky. There we go. So that will help them to be a bit more robust. Okay, belt at the back here. Let's do his little skirt type thing. Right, Chris, do you want this as a loincloth or do you want it as a skirt? Right. Loincloth and no nappy. Chris, I'm really glad that was a picture of the scissors you sent me. Yeah, I got you, mate. So I'm going to take both of these hands here now. These are off the spiky Darkun from before, but actually I think both hands are going to lend themselves very well to the pose we're trying to recreate. So rather than spending age posing the hands from scratch, I'm going to use these ones that are already done. And I can just do fine tweaks and adjustments on these rather than trying to do it again. Okay, so split hidden, collect them, copy, and then back to my, is this him? Yeah. Back to this guy, we can go paste. Why are the hands so tiny? Okay, so right hand throwing, which is the left hand side for me, so let's just mirror these over. Just positioning the hand in place. I was going to do the same with the other hand now. Now this one's going to be slightly different in the posing of the hand because, as per Chris's request, we're going to do it so the knife is in the palm of the hand there, the fingers are kind of coming back up the wrist. Okay, so let's take one of these knives now. Duplicate that. I'm going to split masked, or split on masked rather. I want this one on its own. Let's just come back to this one then. We're going to just auto group the digits so I don't accidentally affect something I don't want to affect. One thing I am going to do, because it just annoys the hell out of me, I'm just going to group masked on the fingers and the fingernails. Nothing bugs me more than having the fingernails separate on these meshes. Okay, right. So I need to close the hand in on this one subtly. So let me just hide this first. So come back to the body. Now here, just as a speed measure, I want to get rid of the hands rather than trying to isolate each of the digits and all the elements, which is about 30 or 40 clicks. I can just isolate the other parts and then invert the mesh. So just do that and we're done. So the hidden mesh is gone. Right, so I can come back to the hand over here now. Right, so the little finger, I'm going to close this right in. So we're going to move the move tool so it's right up at the knuckle. Going to bring it round there, and I'm going to rotate it round so it covers the knife handle. Okay. Now there is a bit here. There's going to be a big gap, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of filling. So once I've got the gist of the pose in place, I will do some alteration. And for lack of a better word, let's say we're bodging it. Okay, so yeah, so diversionary tactics. So he's going to be well, he's not actually pretending. He's going to be throwing the poison so that the opponents are going to try and get away from that and dodge it. And whilst they're running from the poison, he's got presumably a poisoned blade tucked into his hand that he's ready to sling their way. Come on, ZBrush. Let's just do a quick save. Now it's auto save. Oh. Just going to isolate the top part of the finger there, and then I'm going to come to the side view, pop that there, and we're going to rotate that down. Okay, and then the last digit. Okay, then we just do the thumb in the same way. Bring up to the joint, rotate, touch. I don't think I need to move that one actually. No, that's fine. Right, now inside the hand, I do need to do a little bit of moving and a little bit of inflating. So in the inner hand here is going to have a few gaps and voids in it, so I just need to do a little bit of hidden trickery. This is not anatomically correct by any means, but it's just a means to an end to get the model to work. Okay, so you can see in here we've got a little bit of a gap, so I just need to pull the thumb back in, and pull the palm in, and then the palm this way. Okay, and then I'm just going to, on the inside, I'm trying to be careful here not to get too much, but I'm just going to turn my dynamic tessellation off because I don't want that to affect this. on the insides, I'm just going to run the inflate tool around just to make sure that the areas in the gaps here are kind of filled. I don't want to see this from the outside of the hand, but I don't want any cavities inside, so just going to carefully apply it. So I've got a little bit of distortion going on there, but I can live with that. I think I can smooth that out again. Oh, actually, I really need to close that gap a bit at the top. So let's just do a little bit of moving here. Okay, that looks fairly well filled. Just need to just adjust this a touch because it's too far in. Yeah, perfect. Right, so we've got one hand clasped and closing in on a knife. We've got the other hand here in a throwing position. Legs we were going to leave, weren't we? We're going to leave them bare. And then we're going to get down to this dude's boots. So, right, before I go any further with this, I'm going to put you on a BRB screen. Just going to take a quick rest break, stretch my legs, and see if the wife's back. I think she's been out swimming with the kids this morning, taking the class swimming. So I'll be away for a couple of minutes, and then I will be right back with you. Okay. And then we'll resume this guy's spiky boots and get some posing on. Right, I'll catch you in a minute, guys. Thanks for hanging around. See you shortly. Right then guys, sorry about that, it was a little bit longer than expected. Hayley came home and we're getting our website ready to launch for Friday, hopefully, fingers crossed. She's had a bit of a technical query about how to get some of the things done. And somehow I've managed to gouge my knuckle as well, so all fun and games. Okay, so where was I then? We're going to do the boots on this dude now. So where the bottom pen? There it is. Cheers, Chris. Cheers, Kaz. Nice to see you today. Hope you're keeping well, keeping Chris in order. Right, so this guy's boots, I think are like, they look like shin guards rather than boots. I think we're going to do like a yeah, that's normal. Thank you, thank you. We're going to go mask off here like this, take it around his back and do the boots, and then strap here. A little bit lower, I think. Yeah, it's creepy, isn't it? We did the dissolved lips, where his poison, these venoms that he uses, have kind of caused tissue necrosis and eaten away at his flesh. I won't lie, it's going to give me nightmares, but right, so just on the extract there, it's going to hide the internal geometry. Close the holes. Oh, sorry, delete hidden close holes. Right, that's made it a little bit more solid. Auto group that and Dynamesh again. Right, so now I can come around the edges here. I actually need to do an awful lot of cleanup on this one. Let's just polish there, just to sharpen those edges. Just here a little bit where a little wobble. Just at the top and a bit there. Right, I need to shape his feet a little bit, so we're going to make his toes more pointy. And then there's like a bit of patterning going on. So soles of his feet, I'm going to leave. I'm not actually going to do any boots or anything on them. But let's do so here to, looks like here maybe. In fact, you know what, let's start at the top because I can see there's some patterning going on here. So I'm just going to smooth out the surface of the knee. Right, so the top here, I'll just Dynamesh them again. Make sure I've got my lazy mouse turned on. I want a small draw size with a high intensity for this. Mirroring on again, so we're going to do a small line in, come out, back into about there. Join them up. Start at the top there. I'm just going to hold the oh god, hold the line there. Draw a line all the way down the centre of the boots. Let's just connect that back into there. Do the same on this side. Again, this is just a cosmetic detail that the ink washes and whatnot will pick up. Right, so when I do this, if I hold the shift key down, instead of drawing a line, it will pull out this little red line with a number in the middle. The number is the angle, the number of degrees in the angle, except it's not from 0, it's from the point you start at. So it's not always 0 if you want a straight line, unfortunately. Okay, so we've got that line there. When we get to the feet then, so we've got a, here I think it is. We've got that, and then we've got oops. Okay, right then, so I need to do stroke from there to there, from there to there, and I'm just going to do the end onto the toes. No worries, Kaz. Thanks for dropping in, and yep, you'll see the end result fairly soon, hopefully. Have a good day. Right, now we're going spikes again, all spikes blazing. We use the same spike tool again. Just get that one rotated around so it's straight. And we'll duplicate that and move it back. And lower it in a touch. And then let's just reduce draw size down to about 10 or 11. Or 16 as it happens. Okay, I'm going to reduce the intensity down here and do some more on this side because these ones are a bit flatter. Maybe not that small, but or that big rather. There we go, that's perfect. So we're just going to run a row of spikes up either side of the shin. These are going to be quite fat, chunky ones. Okay, and then a couple more through here. Oops. Okay, and then we've got a couple of like square spikes going on. So let's pop one here. So I don't need the base of this spike, I just want a square stud. And we're going to go for 3 of them across the top of the knee, I think it looks like. So again, we'll go get one of them in place here. Thin that out. Oh no, that's not worked at all. Drop that one in here. Okay, I'm just going to nudge the blue coloured, is it blue, purple, whatever it is, I'm just going to nudge that up. There we go. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to save it first because this could kill my machine. You want a few scalps on the belt, Chris? Absolutely, mate. Going to import a belt, not a belt, a buckle. Buckle new. So copy that and we'll paste it over the legs. Well, not over the legs, but there we go. Let's merge that in a touch. And there. Mirror mold that on the other leg too. Okay, and this side now. Right, so this is a bit. I'm going to divide this once. It's up the poly count. It's smoothed. Oh no, it's smoothed. Actually, no. You know what? I'm going to go with that. I can live with that. They don't quite look right as squares, but I think they can. No, there's split hidden. I'm going to dynamesh these spikes first, so they're now dynameshed. Now I can divide these so that the spikes are smooth. Chris, would you like to find your love in the city? I'm getting spammed by a porn bot, I think. Let's just remove these little bits here where they're just coming through where they shouldn't. And I just want to re-profile the top of the spikes just to bring them flush to the front. Right, let's merge that down to the bit below. Let's take the purple, we'll take the greens, we're going to merge them together. We're going to poly about 2000 resolution on this, I think. We're going to merge it and join it together. And now I can just come in and just polish the surface up here just so that they line in nice. Let's just run that through as well, just for consistency. Okay, right, so there is our Darkun almost finished. Loincloth next. Little rectangle, shrink it down from the front, bring it down the back. Make sure my symmetry's on. I'm just going to mash this into place roughly. Let's dynamesh this, put a bit of polish on. We can get to smoothing with the polish tools. There we go. I'm going to do it going around the sides, so there's a few little tatters and stuff here. Legs wise, Chris, what do you fancy? Do you want like a running pose, or do you want a kind of a like standing, like he's? Do you want him similar to like in the image, maybe, or wide stance throwing? What do you think? Running. Yeah, he seems like he'd be a fast and crazy. Right, I won't do any sculpted detail on that loincloth yet then, because that's going to get posed. I'm going to add a couple of little belts so we can add the things that you've asked for. So when I do the belts like this, these are cylinders. They're just flattened down, shrunk to size, and then we'll pull them through kind of like that. Just going to do the one of these as an asymmetrical detail, because the guy's too symmetrical for my liking at the moment. Divide it a few times, delete the lower. I'm going to run my clay brush around the interior. So I want to leave the outsides ridged up. Just give the inside a little divot, and what that will do is that will let the ink washes and the contrast paints and things like that seep into that centre while leaving the edges ridged up. So you'll end up with a natural highlight on this edge here and on this edge, and then a darker section through the middle, and it'll just look nice as a belt without much extra work. Okay, so legs on this guy. I just need to merge the tops in. Right, he is actually pretty much finished now. I need to add his little bag and right, so when I make a bag, here's a quick way of doing it. So take a cube. Actually, first thing I need to do on the cube is to just make sure I've got local symmetry on. I haven't rotated it off the off a straight axis at the moment, so I've still got symmetry available to me. So turn on X and Z, so it's going to do front and back. I'm going to use trim dynamic. I'm just going to buff off the top edge, take off the sides ever so slightly, and then this bottom edge here I want to round it off. Okay, same with the top. Let's smooth this bit. Okay, now I want to remove the Z symmetry, no, the X symmetry, sorry. So whatever I do now only happens on the front, it doesn't happen on the back. I'm just going to mask off a chunk. This is going to be the front flap of the bag. Invert that, and I want to just drag that straight out, so it gives me a lip here, and redynamish. I'm going to come back in with my orb cracks brush. This is using dynamic tessellation, so it doesn't matter about the other stuff. I'm going to turn lazy mouse off. What is going on there? The bag strap's interfering, so I'm just going to remove the bag strap for a second. Just want to cut that little shape in, and then underneath just give it a little lip. Okay, and then at the top of the bag, just use the build-up brush. Just carve it in a little bit. Let's just shape the edges. And then let's just give that a little tongue on the bag. and we'll add a little button and a couple of, oh, let's reduce the intensity down on that, a couple of creases. Okay, something simple like that. That's a nice quick pouch. Okay, and that goes onto the strap on his leg. Now what I'll do here, when I come around to actually finishing the pose, I'm going to gouge a chunk of this strap out, so you're not going to see it. But I want to make sure it comes into the pouch properly first. Let's just sort out that connection. So have a chunk of strap attached to the bag. We'll have a chunk of strap cut out there, and I'll just add like a little ring. Or the indication of a ring at least. There we go. Okay, nice and easy. And I'll tie a few scalps onto there for you, Chris. So you've got a few little grizzly bits on him. But we'll do that after his pose, so they'll be flowing and running in sequence. So let's just merge. Let's turn the ruler back on first. I'm going to merge visible. I'm going to hide the pieces for scaling. Right, now remember, obviously I want to make sure that this guy fits onto a 25mm base, which is the ones you're using as a standard, Chris, so let's make sure he fits on the base. So the base is just going to be there for scaling and posing. I'm just going to mask and group them because it's going to really annoy me if I have to do that every time I need to pose the belt. So let's take this leg. Right, so we want him in a running pose, so let's have that leg going backwards, I think. Hang on, so he's going to be running. Oh. Decisions. I think we'll do left leg forwards with the arm out. Yeah, left leg. Yeah, right arm forwards, left leg forwards, and then that'll give him some momentum. Yeah. So this leg's going forwards. So I'm trying to think about the pose at the moment, but I'm also trying to think how I can anchor him to the floor, because a pose like this is always a little bit troublesome. Definitely going to have to be a rock or something next to his base just to help him along. Right, so I'm going to just mask off the torso a minute, and the arms, and the head. Finally the hands. I'm going to invert that mask. I want this centered at the torso line, the waistline. Mask the face off, so it's on its own. Let's position that upwards. So now, if you haven't already guessed, because of the pose that's going on here, there's going to be some significant resculpting on the torso. So I'm going to have to pose him up and then give him a bit of a rework just to make it all happen. I think that for the arm. Mask everything else off. Let's just angle the wrist up. Cheers, Rich. Yeah, mate. A lot of it really is just down to experience and knowing, having a good workflow for things. And not getting scared when it starts looking a bit weird. Like now, the anatomy on here is awful because it's not sculpted to shape. If you start backing off or trying to jump too far ahead right now, it's a recipe for disaster. So it's better off to just bite the bullet and hold on with it and see it through. Stand by your convictions. That's the way. That's the phrase I was after. Right, Chris. Crampons on the boots, tearing up the earth, so we can have a connecting earth bit with. Oh, could do. Crampons not muddy it up a little bit, having the. With all those spikes. Let's have a look. Let's just do it for the 1 foot and then we'll copy it over. It's got dynamic tessellation on here, so a little bit of smoothing help going on. Well, I might just have to remove a couple of spikes off the boots, but it's not the end of the world. So as Chris says, with the crampons on these guys, they're quite stealthy. They're going to be kind of like your your ninjas almost, I suppose, doing all like these stealth subterfuge missions, going in stealing secrets, poisoning wells, poisoning water sources, etc. So crampons kind of fit the bill. Well, so there's a few spikes I'm going to need to remove off the boots, but I can live with that. Come on, ZBrush. Yeah, and Richard, one of the things that makes it quite easy to kind of get your head around these kind of things is trying to think of just like shapes to block out. Because once you've got the shapes down, you can kind of like refine it and polish and clean things up. But you've just got to kind of break whatever you're looking at down, whatever you're thinking about, into just a series of shapes. which is easier said than done, I know. It's you kind of get used to it when you're doing this kind of thing. You kind of have to look at, when you're doing 3D work all the time, you end up having to look at everything in 3D. So I'm going to do that on underneath here. Let's just straighten that out so we've got a decent amount of mass. Let's get back to, no, didn't want the white box, get back to my spike brush. There we go. I've just merged the strap back into the rest of the thing so I can smooth it all in together. Okay, Rich, no worries mate, I'll catch you later on dude, have fun. Right, so we've got that one there, let's duplicate that and mirror and weld it. Oops, not with a local symmetry on, I want to mirror and weld, you turd. Duplicate it, mirror, there we go. Let's just get this into position. It's just a little bit of careful positioning here just to make sure it's correct. Okay, so next up we've got the dusty bit. Now the pose looks a little bit weak at the moment to me, so I think I'm going to just merge these crampons on. And I want to take the leg here, I'm going to lock this pose in, lock that leg in, I'm going to twist the whole body, that's it. You for no worries mate. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining in today. Thanks for watching. I'm actually not far off finished, I don't think. Probably about another 20 minutes or so. So, if you want to come back and see the end, give us about half an hour. And you can procrastinate again. Right, here we go. Let's just, right, loincloth now. I'm just positioning that, bringing it around the legs. I want the front bit to have a little bit of backwards movement, so a bit of dynamic movement, same as the. Go. I just need to. No, wrong piece. Right, here now, I just need to just bring this forward here. Right, so I'm just going to run the orb cracks brush up here to give me a raised area, and I want a deep recess here now, so this is going to be several. The reason I want a deep recess is because it's pulling it in quite close. So as the cloth goes from being this wide to being this wide, you're going to have lots of ripples and folds in it. And then as we come back to the here now, we can open it up again a little bit. You have to be careful when you're running orb cracks around the edge of a mesh like this, because sometimes what happens is it picks up off the edge and you get these weird deformities going on, and they're just not nice. So watch out for them. If you catch them happening, you can correct them. If you don't catch them happening, you could be in trouble. Go. Just a little bit of shape profiling on the back side of the cloth. Okay, and I just need to unhide everything so I can work on the back of the loincloth. So let's just save it again. God, it's gone chilly in here again. Right, so the back of the loincloth, we're going to do the same again. So large brush size, low intensity, just to get some folds and stuff going on. Oops, let's turn the dynamic tessellation off, sorry. Dynamic tessellation is great at times, and other times you just don't want it near your model. This is one of the times I don't want to be using it. Okay, when you're doing folds in cloth, it's good practice to use both the add and subtract version of like orb cracks. Because if you only do one or the other, you get a weird kind of unnatural look. And you mix between the two, it looks a little bit more organic, a little bit more flowing. I'm going to take the leg now. I'm going to use the move brush. I'm just going to blend the top of the thigh into the the side of the bum cheek. I think I've got some weird mesh anomalies here that I'll have to clean up in a minute, but I can only see them from certain angles, just there. It might have been from like the top of the boot or something like that when I moved over a lot of residual what do we call them? Like residual facets that were left over. I'll do the same on this side now. Let's just merge the top of the thigh into the just to make a smooth transition. I see some of that poking through, so I'm just going to correct it. Top of the shoulder, I'm going to bring that into the body. Now I'm about to start deforming and mashing up the torso, so I'm just going to save it before I do, just in case I really screw up. Hopefully not though. Okay, so this side I'm happy with, that's absolutely fine. This side we've got to bring that up now. So we're going to bring the back out. To move that forwards, so let's just bring the whole arm forwards. Okay, so I think I'm ready to merge the arms. Quite happy with the pose. You happy with that, Chris? Do you want any tweaks or anything like that, or is it good for you? going to give him a few little tears in the loincloth. High intensity, lazy mouse off. Just a few little nicks. Okay, right. Actually, one or two up here as well, just for good measure. Right, I've just spotted a little mesh issue I've got here. I say mesh, it's a little gap. It's just here. So I'm just going to use the inflator to just inflate into there. Just blow that hole up. Well, so blow the hole up. We're going to blow up the mesh so that it fills the hole. And we've got the same thing here again, so this is the legs going to have to be into there. So what do you reckon, Chris? Are you happy with the pose so far then, or we'll add the little chunks of stuff as you suggested? Ah, good spotting. Thank you, Rogue Trader. At the moment they're purely magnetic. But you're right, they need a little strap, so I'll get a strap on there in a minute. Good spotting, Batman. Not sure the best way of doing this bit, to be fair, so I'm just going to wing it and see how it happens. Right, now thinking physics, if if he's running forward, the boot is kicked into there. It's going to be kicking some stuff back and up, isn't it, as well? So let's do a few. Just making some like rocky bits in amongst all of this stuff. I know it's a little bit exaggerated and overkill, but as I've said a million times, we're talking miniatures here. If it's too small and too subtle, it's completely lost. So it needs to be a little bit in your face. Right, now by being a little bit clever and sneaky here, what I can do is avoid having to put supports of any kind on these spikes. So you'll see that they're there, but by making sure there's contact with the mud, they won't need supporting. Let's call it there on that one. I was going to auto group this again. This will mean I can just come and get these spikes that are protruding through where I don't want them. I'll just get rid of them, just isolate them and delete them. I better make sure they match on both feet, haven't I? Yeah, that'll do. Delete hidden. Save. Right, good crick in my neck at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate the whole body at the moment. I'll take the legs, the body, the arms, the hands, and the head. Group masked on that. Bump up my resolution to about 1890 2000. There we go. I'm going to dynamesh it. Hang on. (2000) resolution and dynamesh. Okay, so now I need to just do a little bit of unifying on the sculpt. So I've got a weird bit of neck coming through there which I just need to sort out. Just redoing the anatomy in here so it comes up to, well, just as it should basically. After I've done this, I'm going to add a few little scars, not like scarification tribal stuff, because I think that's going to be too much on him, but definitely some like proper wounds, maybe a little bit of necrosis somewhere. Well, unfortunately, there's no formula or secret to this bit. This is just look at the model and try and figure out how to correct the anatomy. So these are the parts where using a ready-made base mesh rather, if you don't already understand anatomy and how the body works, these are the bits where it can catch you out, because when you have to start adjusting and sculpting it beyond what's been provided to you by the base mesh, or beyond the limitations of the base mesh rather, that's when you can come unstuck. And I see it quite a lot where it's usually weird ab muscles, like the way when the waist turns, the kind of the way the stomach goes. Well, you can literally do it yourself, so you can feel where the muscles go. So there's no real excuse for getting it, too wrong. Oops. So we're just going to bring that down here. Bit smoothing. And this bicep I'm just going to pump up just a bit, because it should be with the arm bent like that. Alright, I've got a mangled elbow on this one, so I'm just going to fix the elbow. There we go, just smoothing off the finger joints here, just to take away all the ridges and weirdness. Remove the fingernail evidence, record that they were ever there. Going to flatten out the hand there so it runs more in line with the arm. Okay, so that's where we're at. Then we've got a unified body now. Oops. We've got one unified body that is one solid homogeneous mesh. We have the clothes, which are here. Just need to just come and do these little bits on the couple of knives just to make them fit the belt. Right, let's just do a quick sphere. Let's get a little tube that just fits around the blade itself. Once again, thank you to Rogue Trader for the save on this one. So there, right. Let's do a quick divide on them. So it's group, polish, and bump it up to 2,000 odd on there. Let's see what happens. Nice. Okay. I am pretty happy with that. Right then, Chris, it looks like we've got almost one, well, a couple of scalps to go, but we've almost got your one more psychotic Darkun added to the kitty. It's going to take away some of the belt on the inside here. Thank you very much, Chris, thank you. Add a few little nicks into the belt with a higher, small draw size, high intensity. Yeah, I'm going to take one of the vials off his belt and pop it in there. So, just like that. There you go, so it's just touching his fingers so it'll stay on the model. Oh, do you know what? I've done a Ye Olde Games Workshop sin on this guy. Got no nipples. I feel like there was a period in time where Games Workshop models just didn't have nipples, which was a bit of a weird one, but let's put a ring in one of them as well. There you go. One ring and one little spike. Let's give him a couple of cuts and gashes and things like that. Right, so after a few of these, like kind of what do you call them, fresher cuts and stuff like that, let's give them a few like raised ones. So when I'm doing scars like this, I tend to use the build-up tool, but I will do them in a kind of like I'm going across the line that I want to do, like in a, if you can see here, like the strokes are going like that, so I'm going this way for the scar, but I'm doing strokes across this way, so it's like keloid, like you know, a large gnarly unclean wound. So these would be more like, I don't know, like an animal attack or something like that than a cut with a knife. And I can leave them quite rough like that on the surface because it gives them a little bit of texture, which will help when you come to paint them. Well, I think that'll do for this guy. Let's get these scalps on the belt, and we'll call him done then. And I'll just get him carved up so he'll sit on the base, nice and flat. So that'll just mean flattening out his feet and that big tuft of mud. Scalps. So I'm going to rough one shape out, I'm going to duplicate it a couple of times, and then we're going to detail them individually. Oops, too low resolution there. Okay, so there's one scalp. Let's duplicate that and put a second one in. Let's put it down here so it's got a bit of, yeah, that'll do. So let's just change the shape of the second one a touch, so it's different from the first. Okay, so the scalps then, just from a pure kind of common sense point of view, we're going to have a knot of hair just coming around here. So the hair is going to have to be tied and knotted around the belt. We're going to have the strands poking up out the top. And I'll do this the same way as if I was doing like a braided beard or something like that. So you'll have the we'll have the hair strands, and we're going to reduce the intensity to about 27. So we're going to do some rough stranding going on in the direction that the hair's flowing. And these are both add and subtraction strokes, so there'll be a bit of carving in, a bit of raising up. And at the end here, we're just going to do just a few tufts coming out. And then from the bottom bit here, strands down to the base. So the base there is obviously going to be a chunk of skin. We'll just hide the base of the model so it's getting in the way a bit. I want lazy mouse on for this because it gives me a nice tapered run. Few inverse strokes. And then I just want a little spray on the top. Let's turn the laser mouse off for this bit. Right, now on the underside of these, what I want this to look like is it's like tattered skin. So again, I'm going to come back to the lazy mouse turned off, high intensity, small draw size. Oops, let's put the right brush type on again. Let's go to freehand again. I want to do a few little holes, the little nicks and those kind of things that we put onto like cloth that's been tattered. I'll pull a few little strands out as well, just so it's not so straight and uniform. Let's do that in a minute. Right, now there at the back, I'm just going to nudge that back into the cloth because I'd rather not have the little gaps. We can hollow this right out because obviously it's a scalp, it's just supposed to be thin skin. Whoops. Some Dynamesh that, smooth it off. Actually, do you know what? I don't think it needs an awful lot else. That needs a little bit of thickening, but I went a bit too thin here. Let's just redo some of these nicks, cuts, a few hair strands. Okay, there we go. Chris, I think we're ready to call him done. Okay, so now I just need to merge all these bits together. So need that body. I need that set of clothing. The mud pile. The knife sheath. And the... what was the last bit? Oh, the sculpture. So there we go. Right, so I'm going to add a cube to the scene, bring it down to the bottom of his feet. Something like this here. Doesn't need to be too thick, so I'm just going to group Dynamesh that. Duplicate him again. Shouldn't keep doing this, I shouldn't keep duplicating him, but I'd rather duplicate him and then be able to delete it and change things if I need to, if I screw it up. So anytime I feel like I'm in a position where I could potentially cause a problem, I'm going to do it. Also, I'm going to Dynamesh with like a 2000 resolution. It's giving me an awful red colour again, so let's just change that. Okay, so I'm going to do what I did on the feet on that little thing before, where I showed you about the Boolean mesh. So I'm going to put that as a start. I'm going to set that as a subtract. Now both items need to be Dynamesh, which is critical, so they are. Merge down from here, and we've got this green teal colour on the dude, and the cube at the bottom is white. And that shows us that the cube at the bottom is going to be gone. I'm going to redo my Dynamesh. And it's thinking about it. You know what, I need to put the heating up in the office a bit, because I'm going to test print this guy in a minute. I need to make sure it's warm enough to be able to do the test prints. Come on. Yep, test prints of everything, mate, all the time. I can't give you models that don't print, mate. That'll just be bad business. Right, here we go. So it's just chopped the bottom of his foot off. We've got a flat foot. We've got a flat bit of mud going up into the back of his foot. Okay. So, and I'm pretty happy with him as well, in that I can rotate him backwards and all of these spikes can be facing up at the sky, which means I haven't got, like the last guy where I had hundreds of spikes to support. I just don't on this guy. So he's got a nice dynamic running pose. He's got a little test tube in his hand. He's slinging off a poison vial. A couple of throwing knives on his belt. Another one up the back of his arm, just as a ready for a sneaky throw. I just need to correct something here which I've missed a bit. Oh dear, let's get that gone. Do I need to fill that? No, that's fine. No, I am going to fill that. Give me a sec, Chris. This is the corrections phase now, where I just have to go through and just make sure that everything lines up where it should. I've got weird intersections like this that I just need to correct and sort out. think I'm fairly good on this guy overall though. It feels like a Blood Bowl character to me, this guy does. Don't you think? The running and all the spikes and stuff. There you go, do you want to snap that, Chris? You got a grab of that? Got a grab of that one so far, Chris? Zoom him in for you. You get one of his grizzly mug. There you go. One of the backside of him so you get all the scalps and stuff in there. So there we go. Okay, so next thing to do on this guy is save. Just got to redo my Dynamesh just to make sure that all those bits of inflation I've just done are locked in. I'm going to pre-process the mesh. Thank you, Chris. It's about 4 hours start to finish. That's not bad at all. Makes a lot of difference when you haven't got to do loads of armour and weapons and things. Oh. Oh. Right, so this pre-processing phase is basically just ZBrush trying to look at the mesh, trying to figure out where it can make economies. Thanks, guys. Glad you managed to jump in at the end. There we go. Right, he's pre-processed now, which that's a bit that can take a while. 2.4 million polys. We're going to reduce this down to 20% of that. So let's just decimate current. He's now 495,000 polys, and I'm still not seeing any visible tessellations. So let's drop that again to about 10, 13, 12. There we go, 12. Let's see how he's looking now at 12%. I'll say he's still passable. He's 299. Let's go lower. Right, 170,000. I think that will do nicely. Okay, so I'm going to put the ruler back in the scene. The ruler is always 100mm. So this guy was. Remind me of his name, Chris. Thank you, Kaz. Glad you like the pose. So he was a Cobra Darkun, and he had what was his name? Vandross. Vandross the Cobra Darkun. That is literally not the name I just gave him. There you go, Vandross Cobra Darkun. Take the ruler, rename that ruler, and with the ruler as the active tool, I'm going to set that to 100mm Y axis, which is basically the vertical height in ZBrush. we're going to export to STL, and he's going to go into Chris's stuff. There we go. Save that using the subtool names. Save it just to make sure it's done again. This is the whole file being saved this time. And I can close down the ZBrush now. And then see if we've got another 15 minutes before the kids get home. Let's get his supports done. Right, Lychee always gives you these updates on the official database. For the most part, I don't like using them. Rich, you're back, mate. You've just missed me finishing up. I'm just about to pop them into Lychee, so you can see him in Lychee now. If you give me a sec. Right, so here he is, mate. Right, so he's a bit red at the moment. He looks sunburnt as hell, but it's because he's got holes in the model. So we go into Lychee, click on repair the model, and it's done, fully repaired, 36 holes fixed. And there he is. So you can see him. He's got a couple of scalps hanging off his belt. Some scars, some nipple piercings, the works. Okay, so I'm going to orientate him in Lychee so that he's probably a little bit more upright than this. Let's go like that. And I'm going to do auto supports first off on a medium setting. And that'll just basically give him a bit of height off the base. Okay, now Lychee's done some weird stuff like it usually does. I mean, what's that? What's that about? Really? I don't think that was a good idea. Lychee seems to have this thing where it likes to sprawl supports all over the place, and I kind of understand it from a point, or to a point rather. Yeah, the supports are a bit squiffy at the moment. I'm going to go supports and select bracing supports. I'm just going to delete a lot of them. Okay, so now I'm going to just do a bit of tidy up, so I don't need that there. Let's put that onto this one. That can come onto this one too. That can go onto there. This one can go into here. So I'm going to parent a load of these off just to remove some of the clutter at the base. And also the volume as well. There's going to be a lot of support volume here if we're not careful. We don't need it, so let's. Oh no, they're both wrong, aren't they? So yeah, so what I tend to do is I tend to do an auto support pass first off, and that will give me a basis to work with, which tends to pick up a lot of the core masses. And then I can come back in then and take something like these kind of bits. I can reparent them to other supports. And that will help me reduce the volume of the supports in terms of how much actual resin they're going to use, but also make them a little bit more robust in terms of not robust, wrong word. Like the removal of the supports can be quite tricky. I'm going to have to leave that one there or delete it for now, see if it's actually needed. If it's needed, I'll put it back in with an iron support, and I'll probably join it onto his collarbone or something like that. But that is just really annoying me, so I'm going to take that off. Let's do a bit of that instead. Yeah, the multiple supports thing works really well, Rich. It's easier sometimes to do that than it is to try and do mass amounts of supports that are, what's the word, like heavier supports that you've got to kind of physically clip off and remove. I always like to just get the what do we call it, the model, and I like to just be able to kind of just pluck it off the build plate. Ah, well, you used it on some 15mm and it still worked. Very nice. Chris, this looks like a dart art. What do you mean? A dark art, you mean, the sports? There's a skill to it, there's a knack, and a lot of it again is down to experience and knowing what you're doing, where to place things. But I find supports is one of these things. There's a lot of nonsensical information passed around. You know, like a lot of people believe something because they've heard it from somebody, and you know, they take it as a gospel, but there's not necessarily always any founding to it. But the truth of the matter is, if you're having supports fail and you're having prints fail, you can always fix it by coming back into the settings. You know, make sure your printer calibration's right. Make sure you've done your proper dialing. Use the cones of calibration and sort your print out. All these little things you can do that will just help to make sure that you're fixing the problem. Because a lot of people kind of like talk about lubing the FEP and you know, these kind of hack fixes, and I always think that's completely unnecessary, because you're basically taking something that's essentially non-stick anyway and then adding more non-stick to it, which it doesn't achieve anything. You might feel like it's working, but basically all you're doing is like hacking a solution, but you're not fixing the problem. You know, the problem is the settings aren't right almost every single time. So right, we get a couple in there. We're going to get a good support on his elbow, or a couple, I think. Another one up here just on the overhang, just to make sure there's a bit of something holding him in place. Okay, back of his ear. Still wants to try and put it down there, but I'm not having it. I might have no choice actually. Well, let's just check these leg supports first, make sure there's no crossovers because I'm not having that. Okay, so here we've got one which is a problem from the start. Right, these two need to be reparented over here. Again, I'm not having them crossing over. Yeah, with Lighty, when it does all this like web of supports, I've kind of got a feeling. Westernator, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I kind of feel that the Lighty, when it kind of creates this big web and mess of supports, it's probably just trying to kind of create something that's like stable and strong. That's gonna kind of like, you know, reinforce itself, but it can really mess up the removal of a print if you're not careful. Yeah, Rich, I still get the odd pancake, but it's usually because I try to get away with too few or too little sets. But yeah, it happens all the time. Everybody's going to try that. You always want to kind of go lighter rather than heavier if you can help it. And ultimately, you're going to get the one or two where you've misjudged it. The worst one I did recently was the Spirigons, the little spine devils, because when I supported them, I put all these supports on them, like medium supports everywhere, and what I'd neglected to take into consideration is that they're half the size of a human model. So I supported them as if they were full-size humans, but they're actually 50% of the scale. And when I come to do the support, some of it was just way over the top, and I had to go back in then and pare it right back and make sure that they were, you know, they were proper. And again, that's the only way you're going to ever get to that kind of realisation is by, you know, trying it and printing it. So yes, a revisit needed, I think, on those ones. I've done it now. They've been revisited. I've reprinted them a couple of times over, and they're fine. So it's all good. So just sort out some of these pairings, removing some supports that are unnecessary, taking out any bracings I don't need that are just going to add to the resin volume without adding any benefit to the model. Some of these ones here we can go Alt and P and turn them into pillar supports. Pillar supports just basically means they just go straight down and like that, they go to the base of the model. If you get a pillar support in there, it's well, that's not a pillar. If you use some of the pillar supports, it's quite good to excuse me, to get them on the bottom of the model where you know there's like here, for example. I don't know why it hasn't put a support on there at all, because that's clearly an island. Let's pillar that one, and then that way it's going straight up, it's going straight into the corner, and we've got a good contact point. There we'll put another one. I won't pillar that though. Then we'll do a few parented supports here just to hold it in place. And then right at the very bottom here, I want to add a few extra supports to the bottom. So this is what Rich was saying about the clusters at the base. I can barely see what I'm doing now. So right at the lowest point here, I've got like one main support holding it in place, and then I've got like another 3 or 4 in close proximity to that, that's just going to add a little bit of strength to that corner. There you go, one extra. That can go into there. That one can go into there too. Right, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to change that. I'm going to up the diameter of this one. So the diameter has gone from 1mm to 1.1. This one I'm going to up the diameter as well, because it's going all the way up to the top. It's a long support, and the longer they are, the more strength they're going to need to succeed, potentially. Mostly they're going to be fine, so there's no need to kind of go in there overzealous with it. Okay, so I've got a good foundation there. I'm pretty happy with the way that's looking. Let's just put that to there though. Let's bring that down so it's got a less steep angle. Right, I've got a little bit too... This is a bit too close for my liking here, so I'm just going to just move this a touch. I'm going to put space and put it into there we go, that bit was bothering me, so I just corrected that. Okay, so there's a bit of distance now between the support and the actual heel of the foot. I'm going to put one support here, just to make sure it has got some contact. Right, let's do the island detection now. So that's a basis there. Let me throw the raft on first. So we're going to go for this raft, which is, has it got a name? Shape wall. Thickness of this is at 1mm is too much, so I'm going to reduce it down to 0.4 millimeters. That's enough to help you get it off the build plate nice and easily without having all the supports individually sticking. Okay, and we need to get back on here and go islands now. So back to support, we're going to go to islands. We're going to do a real size detection. I don't know if you've seen this before. Basically, I've got my slicer set at 25 micron layer height for the Z-axis, and doing island detection in Lighty is going to run it at that layer thickness, so it's going to look for islands every 25 microns. So if you run island detection at 50 microns, you're going to get half as many islands showing up in theory, so you'll need less supports. So it's worth making sure you've got the supports correct for the level you the resolution you're printing at. Okay, so we've now got 56 islands detected, which is not too bad. Some of these I can get away with by actually just moving the supports. Some of them will obviously just need a new one, so let's put that one to there. Let's just pop one in there. Oh, there was me thinking I've got away without having to support these things, but clearly not. But I can do a light support now actually, and that will be fine. Right, let me just save that as a preset for the light supports. And that way anytime I do light support it's going to use that setting. I'm just using light supports now to pick up little details. Anytime I've got to pick up anything that I think looks structural, I'm going to go in and use a heavy support or a medium support. If it is just a little bit of detail, then I will absolutely just leave that as a light support because that's all it's going to need. I'm always going to parent them to the nearest support without crossing the model. So that's click the model, holding Alt to start the support, and then Alt again, click on the support you want to connect it to, or another part of the model actually, because that works too. Just got to make sure the connection point at the model is not too thick and heavy duty. So the spikes on the shins we managed to avoid having to support, which is good. Well, that didn't work. Right, now here on these detail sections it's going to be all light supports. Bottom of the potion here, one light support. On this bit, a light support again. Right, the thing to remember with supports as well, they don't have to look pretty themselves, they just need to like do the job. So don't worry about making them all, you know, slick looking. You just want to make sure that they actually connect the supports and will print. I didn't mean connect the supports, I meant connect the islands. Okay, so a couple of light ones there just to catch the tips of the knives. There's no structural weight on them, so they're fine like that. How many more? 11 more islands to get, and they're all going to be around the face, aren't they? Okay, so we've got one here on the chin, which, let's pop that in there. So that's going to go down to the collarbone, I'm fine with that. Here, we've got one on the ear. Right, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to click that there, I'm going to click it to there. That's another light support going there. I'm going to also take one off the same point to the tip of the ear. Not to the spike, to the tip of the ear. So these ones here, I'm going to make them light supports because they're just enabling for the things. Do I ever go back and shave a tiny bit off the sculpt if it's just too much hassle to get rid of every single island? Yes, I do. Yeah, there's been several times where I've found parts on a model as I've been printing it that have either needed support where it shouldn't need support, so it's got like a thin wall in there or something like that, and I've done something stupid, or just something I've overlooked where there's like, sometimes you get like a gap between the chin and the shoulder. For example, if I turn the head like this, the little gap there between the head and the shoulder, or around the hair or something, you'll find like little bits around the neck where you need to get just little supports in there, and it's such a faff to try and do it. I just go back in and I just bump it up and just close the gaps with the sculpt rather than have to try and faff around to get the supports off later. So yeah, to be honest, Rich, on those kind of ones, actually you can just ignore it, because if it's in a small area like this, what will happen is the if you get a little flat part, a little pancake bit, it'll pick up anyway, because of the rest of the models there. You're talking about tiny little islands, and it's not always worth faffing around trying to make it work. Sometimes you're actually just better off just let it happen. I mean, obviously you might find you print the model and it's too big a compromise, and actually you really do need to have something on there, but you know, you just don't know how it's gonna turn out until you try it. So I'm just reducing the tip size down of the bit that's contacting the back of the ear here, because the original one I think was probably going to pull the ear off. Right, it doesn't need it, but I'm going to put one here just to make sure. And also I'm going to put a couple of medium supports going into his back. Just so there's a bit of extra like holding there. Now his arm's got nothing up here, and I'm not comfortable with that. I feel like it definitely does need something, so I'm going to take it to there. On his elbow, we're going to put another one just into his tricep here, and I'll put one into his forearm. This will just give me a little bit of a safety net as this arm goes up. Because there are certain things that are self-supporting because of the angles they're at, but equally I don't always believe that. So I know it's true, but I've had so many failures on things that I thought should self-support. I don't trust it anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you've got small critical details and the contacts they're going to need a support at some point, but you can get away with anything as probably about as low as 0.12 on the tip size. So you can get a 0.12 support to go and connect into you know, whatever it is you're doing, the detail, as long as it's not structurally like load bearing. So if it's just a detail piece, then yeah, 0.12 is fine. If you've got something that is like a critical detail that you really need to kind of preserve the detail on, the best thing you can do is orientate the model so that those areas are face up. It's usually in the face, but don't be afraid to like turn the whole model upside down if you need to as well. So like the head being at the bottom of the model. Some of my figures have got that anyway, but if you have a look at the supports, you'll find them, and they're head down, feet in the air, face up, and it just works out. It's the best orientation to have it, because if you've got like things that are pointing down like this, every one of these little tips needs to be supported. But if you do that with it, you just put one support there, and these bits will just grow up into the air, fully supported by this one support you put down here. That's just easier to remove. And sometimes you just need to consider that when you orientate the models, because most people just wallop it straight up and just go, there we go, job's a good one. And actually, sometimes, just like I say, just playing with the orientation of the model will allow you to kind of get a better support network in place that will allow it to print with less surface damage. Basically, you would think that the supports on certain surfaces, like on the top of the head and stuff, would be a little bit more visible. But again, if you use like with me, I use the Sonic Mini 4K, the Aqua 4K resin, and having that properly dialed in, the supports just pop off without any damage. So you don't need to really worry about it. And if you are really worried about it, you can just get in there with a pair of clippers and just nick them off before you start pulling them off the supports. So there's ways and means of doing it, and it's all quite straightforward. But you just got to think outside the box sometimes. Just realise that there's no reason to confine yourself to to having to have a model upright. Right, I've got 2 supports left apparently. 2 islands. Let's let Lychee tell me where they are. Show me the island, Lychee. That's not helped at all. I don't know what I'm looking at. I literally can't see a thing. So if I come to about here, it's in this region because I can see it on the... It's here somewhere. There it is, on the knuckle. So let's just pop a little support there. Parent it to this one. Light support, make it a mini. And then the next one is up here somewhere. I think I've taken a bit too much of the model off here. Oh, it's literally the tip of the potion vial. That's fine. Mini support again. Okay. Let's turn that to a light support. Okay, right, so now that the island section is done, the yellow checkers on this now basically tell you that all the islands are done. So this guy should print absolutely perfectly. Do I think I need any more supports anywhere? I'm going to try him as he is, I think. So I'm just going to go save scene as Lychee slice the scene. Vandross supports. Yeah, and if you do get any scarring on the model, it's quite easy to sort it out with a little bit of, if you use any milliput ever. One of the things you can do, milliput and Sculpt both work really well for it. Sculpt probably a little bit better because it's a little bit finer, gives you a better finish at the end. You basically mix the 2 parts together, make it into like a little ball, and dip a little end of a paintbrush into the ball, so it makes like a little well. And then what you can do is use a fine old paintbrush with a smallish tip. Get a little bit of water and mix it up like a watercolour paint in the little well that you've just made, and you can get that, and you just dot it onto the areas and models where you've got a little pit. And when it dries up, when it all fully cures up and stuff, within like a couple of hours, you'll have a nice smoothed off area. You can use it for fixing joints as well, because you can brush it into the gaps and it'll kind of fill a little bit. And obviously, the thicker you mix it, the more you'll be able to brush it on, the less it will run. And that's where you want to kind of get it to. You want it to be like paint consistency, I suppose. Little dot on there, and jobs are good. Yeah, super fine milliput. The white stuff's perfect. The yellowy grey stuff's not so much because it's quite grainy, but the white stuff or the Magic Sculpt is brilliant. Brushing it on's perfect. I always used to use that if I was when I was sculpting with the putties and stuff. If you want to try and do a blend, obviously you can use it like a slurry as well, so you can paint it onto the model and then stick the stuff on, and it helps helps as an adhesive. But if you need to fill a gap anywhere on a model, instead of rolling a little sausage out and then pushing it into the gap and using sculpting tools and stuff, just brush it in. You can smooth it with water as well. Once it starts like firming up a little bit, you can wet your brush and just brush it on. It's one of the best things with milliput and Magic Sculpt actually, is the fact that it is like water soluble. So when it comes to smoothing it, you can just use a soft brush with a bit of water on it, and you can just brush out all the imperfections and smooth it into your model with it. So a little free tip for you there. Okay, so Vandross is ready to go on a print bed. I've got a few other models I need to support, but before that, the kids will be home from school by now, so I need to go and say hello to them, do a bit of reading with them, and get some homework done and stuff. So I'm going to go and be a dad for a little bit. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I did say I was going to do the giveaway as well, but I don't trust the tool just yet, so I'm going to run it through Facebook instead. So if you have a quick check on my Facebook page later on, I'll post up the giveaway for the Time at Cultists. So we'll do an online Facebook giveaway. Try and drum up a few followers on the Twitch channel as well. Right then, guys, thank you all again for tuning in. Thanks for sticking with me while I've gone through the sculpt here. I say this dude's ready. I'm going to get him on the print bed. Don't forget to go and have a check out of the Cursed Empire website. It's cursed.com or .co.uk, was it, Chris? Let's go up the chat a bit. Oh, I can't go that far up for some reason. Rogue Trader, thank you again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him out myself. And you'll have your mercenaries on the way to you shortly. I don't think I'm going to make it to the post office today, but we'll get them out tomorrow. They'll be on the way to us. Okay, so cursed.empire.com. Go and have a little look. You'll see all the source material, the books. There you go, thanks Chris. https www.cursed.empire.com. You can go and have a little check, and you'll see all the source material, all the books, the card games, everything else that surround the universe that this model belongs to. So go and have a little check and see what's going on. And give them a follow on Facebook as well, because there'll be I'll be spamming it out and sharing links anyway, but the tabletop roleplay game will be coming soon with the 100 A4 100 A4 game mats included and stuff. So yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's definitely one to look forward to. Okay then, guys, thank you all again, and I'll see you again Wednesday evening tomorrow evening rather, for another stream on Crystal Collapse on Wednesday, and then I'll be running another stream on Friday, I believe. We'll get a bit more of the Crystal Collapse stuff done, and then Monday or Tuesday next week we'll have another Cursed Empire session, and we'll get the fourth of the Darkuns sculpted up and ready to rock. So yeah, I've also put some updates on the Patreon before I just do duck out and go. I'm going to be changing the way the Patreon runs fairly soon. I just wanted to get a little bit of feedback from people on that. in terms of the general offering, there's not an awful lot that's going to be changing. The pricing is going to change a little bit, so I'm going to allow like a Twitch stream follower tier where you can vote in polls, get involved in things, but without actually getting any physical rewards at the end. So there'll be no STLs or anything else. There's also then going to be the STL tier, the normal tier, where you get your STL files that I've sculpted in a month. The main change there is, rather than me doing models a month in advance and then releasing them and here's a set that you get, I'm going to do them in the month. So it'll be anything I'm sculpting that is not client based that I do on stream or anything else. And rather than dealing with quantity and sets and things like that, it's going to deal more in quality of sculpts and customer engagement. So it's basically getting you guys to come and have a say in A, what I'm physically making, B, things like poses, fine details, any little request you want, and it will give you guys a chance to get involved more, and it plugs in a little bit better then to the way I'm working now with doing more things on like a live stream, and I don't have to worry about kind of prescribing things too much, and it's by doing it this way as well, it's going to allow me to advertise a little bit better and a bit more efficiently, to kind of say, you know, come and have a look at the stuff without having to worry about trying to catch up and get 2 months stuff done before I start advertising. So it'll help me to be a bit more sustainable. So hopefully that kind of goes down well with people. The other big change is I'm not going to be doing any more commercial tier stuff, so there'll be no more commercial licenses going out. The commercial licenses will be locked down. People who've already got one will keep them, but no new bodies will be getting commercial licenses, and then that'll allow me to work a bit closer with the guys who have got them. And the final change then is there will be a final there'll be a final tier that will be getting added, which is a physical tier. So let's say Hayley's doing some great work at the moment working on our web store. Web store will be going live Friday, all being well. Possibly might roll into the beginning of next week, depending on if there's any tweaks or changes I've got to make at the last minute to make it live. But once it's up and running, there'll be STLs for sale in there, and there will be some physical resin miniatures in there. The plan is we'll have the whole collection in there. But the collection that is actually in there at the moment will grow. So whatever is in there available at the resin right at the start is not the finite list. It will all be there eventually. We've just got to convert everything. So everything that we've done so far is STLs. That's all been loaded in. So we now just got to kind of copy and paste all of those products and make them as physical offering. So with all the physical stuff in there, you'll be able to order that. We'll print it off for you on demand, and we'll get that shipped out to you. And yeah, so basically everything can run through the site. You can pick up what you need, and we can hopefully like service more clients directly. And it gives you a chance to kind of like, you know, get straight in with us. Also, the Chris for Cursed Empire. Chris has licensed my range. He's one of my commercial tier backers, but in a bit more of a complex way than most are because of the way we've got the arrangements. Chris is incorporating a lot of my miniatures into the range, and what you'll find is when you go onto the Cursed Empire site, Chris is selling a lot of the stuff that is going to shoe into the game. So you can get them from me, you can get them from Chris as well. So you know, if you're European, if you're in Europe and whatever, and you want to pick someone up who's local, then Chris might be a good option for you there. And he's had a lot of artwork reverse engineered to match the models that I've already done, so that they fit in with the range, and there'll be card art for them and support for them in the game. And yeah, that relationship just kind of carry on going and growing, and yeah, we'll be able to kind of like build off that. So but yeah, if you need anything, or if you've got any comments, have a read on the Patreon page, read the last Patreon post, check out all of the breakdown summary of information I put on there. And if you've got any thoughts or feelings on it, please drop comments in, let me know. You know, I'm always keen to kind of get feedback, positive or negative, just so I can see other people's perceptions on things. I'll say everything, as far as I'm concerned, is a change for the better. There's nothing that's a downgrade. I'm not quite sure how my manufacturer is going to play into this yet, because I've got the Tribes account as well, and I don't believe they support everything in the way I need it to. So chances are the my manufacturer offering is going to kind of dwindle a little bit, and I'm going to try and start moving people onto Patreon so that we can offer the full range of services to them. My manufacturer will probably end up being the STL tier only, and even longer term I would ideally like to not be using my manufacturer for file distribution even. So they'll just be an extra passive store. They'll, you know, a bit of residual passive income for people who insist they really want to use the site, because my preference would obviously be that everybody just uses my site and just buys direct from me. But yeah, so I'll be posting updates on the website soon. We'll be putting Facebook notes up, Patreon posts, etc. So all of the stuff will be going out, and we should start seeing some advertising soon. Yeah, I'd look at Drive-Thru RPG too, Rich. It's a little bit of a clunky system at the back end, unfortunately. I did set up a store on there. It's very much geared up around selling PDFs and things like that. Although the means are there for doing STL files, it's not set up for it. Yeah, delivery works fine on there. To be honest, if I was going to use an alternative platform, I would probably use Mini Hoarder to roll out mini files. They've actually recently been bought out, so there's going to be some significant investment going on Mini Hoarder, and it's going to be changing up quite a bit. Hopefully it'll become a good viable competitor to my manufacturer. One of the issues with Mini Hoarder all the way up till this point is Jonathan, who owns the site or owned it previously, he was only ever doing it as a part-time thing, and he was very much in terms of he wanted to make things right for the artists, so he really kind of put the effort in to make it appealing for us. By doing that, what he ended up doing was taking his eye off the ball a little bit in terms of making it appealing to third parties, to the customers, which kind of then made it redundant for the artists, because you're not getting the customers, you're not getting the sale, they haven't got the footfall. So as a platform, it's 10 times better than my manufacturer. It just doesn't have the traffic. So now that it's been bought out, the guys who are now owning it, I forget the name of the company unfortunately, but these guys are on it full time, so they're going to be making it work. They're going to be driving traffic into it and everything else, so it's going to be better and more viable. B, they've got the same ethos as Jonathan, so they're going to be kind of continuing with that same care for the customers, care for the creators, which is the thing that my manufacturer lack in a massive way. They are there driving sales and chasing the money. They're not really interested in what any of us have got to say, or helping us out. In fact, they've actively withdrawn help and support from the creator side of things, which is one of the reasons I've got beef with it. But all that aside, the options are there to move away from them, but I'm quite heavily invested there at the moment, so I've got to kind of build the other avenues up before I can kind of properly step away. But that's the plan, a longer term plan perhaps, but let's see how it goes. But yeah, again, right, thank you everybody for tuning in, for sticking with me, for listening to my ramblings and my chatter. And yeah, hopefully tune in again Wednesday evening, Friday as well, and I'll be putting some Facebook events online to kind of plan the streams in as well, so you'll be able to check out that. Alright guys, and Facebook for the time mat giveaway, quarter time mat giveaway, and yeah, I'll see you all